Welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Happy Sunday. I hope you guys are having a beautiful morning. It's so nice outside. But here in the Hot Shop at the museum, we have Miss Tariqa Waters with us. It is the fifth day of her week-long residency, and she's been exploring is bubbles. We have got to see them start out in more of an orb form. They've been cut. This will be placed as the windshield of her rocket ship, and she wanted to depict some motion. And so for her solo exhibit, Venus is Missing, at Seattle Art Museum May 7th, you'll be able to see the glass and the multimedia rocket that she's created. She said it's large enough for a small child to sit in. And so we've got to watch the process unfold during the week. And now we have Miss Tariqa in the really cool pink jumpsuit getting in on the process. I will let you guys know what's happening step by step also. And my name is Emily, so if you have any questions, feel free to just shout my name out and ask. So the process in the hot shop here starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnace are the large ceramic tanks with the silver bottoms with the doors attached to them. When you dip a hollow steel pipe that has been preheated into the furnace, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, and that's how we get the glass at the end of the pipes. And then we'll rotate them in color so they have some pigment throughout. As you can see, the orbs on the ground, and then we'll blow into that pipe, which will create the bubble similar to the shape of a balloon, and that is the catalyst for all things made hollow. Whether it be a cup or a bowl or a rondelle, you got to blow it out before you can shape it. So as you rotate back and forth, we'll go in with those jacks. So what you don't see is that heat radiating and shooting at her hand. The glass is above, well above, let's say 1800 degrees, and so it's very hot as she has to focus on using those jacks to carve into the surface. And as we carve into the surface, it creates a weak point. And when you go in, it looks like they're angling straight up and down, but you kind of want to turn to the right a little bit to help the glass move from the end of the pipe, because that will help us take it off of the end of the pipe at a different point in time when we're ready to put the orb away. And then back into the reheating chamber. Can we see the glory hole slide? So the reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. The glass has to stay above 1,000 degrees while it's being worked to prevent any sort of thermal shock. Thank you. And this is a good learning curve for all of us. If you don't keep twisting the pipe, the bubble will fall left or it'll fall right, because the glass is hot and gravity naturally wants to pull it to the ground due to the heat and the weight of the bubble. And so we always have to keep it on axis. That pipe stays rotating from start to finish. You can't ever stop rotating because it will start to lean in a direction you don't want it to go. It has to stay properly on axis so you can rotate back and forth and evenly shape. Can we please see some of Miss Tariqa's past work? So as we continue to make these bubbles, they will be placed in an assembly here, as you can see the ones on the floor, for her rocket ship. You'll be able to see more of these final works May 7th at Seattle Art Museum. In her solo show, it is titled Venus is Missing. So once we've added some color, like the powdered color here is just pulverized. It looks like baby powder in a bowl. Once we add some color, we'll go out into the reheating chamber. Get the glass nice and hot, bring it back to the bench. We're gonna blow into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. If you want to learn more about Miss Waters, also at 1 p.m. today, she'll have her artist talk. So right as we break for lunch, she'll give you an in-depth view of her perspective, the art that she makes, and then more just about her. So that's at 1 p.m. today. If you can't make it, if you're on the live stream, you're able to watch. It will be live streamed, so you'll be able to learn more all about her upcoming show, maybe some future works as well. So that's at 1 p.m. today is her artist talk. We'll go in with that block at the middle bench there. The block is a tool designed to cool down the outer layers of the glass. So when we blow the core, the outer walls will be able to catch the bubble and make sure that it's evenly distributed. And so the block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaked in water. We're gonna get the back of that pipe nice and hot at the very end, and then Tariqa will go in with the jacks. So now with the jack, she'll go into the end of the pipe there, squeeze, and it'll carve a line of tension into the glass. And so what we're doing is we're just carving in a jack line. This is a reference point, taking the glass from, moving it a little bit from the end of the pipe. And then we're going to use, so she's going to put on a ring, and so when we blow the glass with this ring on, it'll create some low and high points, so it'll divide the bubble a bit. So as you can see from the visuals there, Tariqa Waters is one of Seattle Magazine's most influential artists, born in Richmond, Virginia. Miss Waters' innovative practice masterfully commands space through her use of mixed media tableaus, paints, photographs, film, glass, and whimsical immersive installations. Her technicolor characterization of multi-generational commercial references reclaim a sincere aesthetic steeped in effortless regality and proudly celebrated traditions. One more piece has been boxed up. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work this morning. Let's clap it up. So when we place the glass into the annealing oven, it has to go into the oven to rest overnight. And that's because we can't allow it to rest in the natural environment due to thermal shock. The layers, the inner layers and the outer layers cool at different rates. And so when they meet, they may crack. And so we have to place them into a annealing oven that'll bring them back down to room temperature over a computerized system of time until they're back down to, we can crack it to a certain degrees where we can crack it, open it up, let it come back to room temperature, and then take it out and we can touch it. So when we turn the heat up on the glory hole here, this is called a reduction flame. And what we're doing is we're reducing the amount of oxygen within the environment, which then will force the metals that are inside of the pigment to come to the surface because they're searching for oxygen. That's why we get this really cool iridescent film on the surface. What you're seeing is the true metals coming to the surface of the glass. So that's called a reduction flame, and we're reducing environment in the, I mean, we're just reducing oxygen within the environment. And as you can see there, we're dipping into the furnace. The hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. We'll rotate the pipe, which is like dipping into a jar of honey. If we don't rotate, the glass likes to fall down. And then onto the marvering table to marver the glass, and then so what we'll do is we're basically scooting it off the end of the pipe into more of like a tube-like structure to blow into it. So when we blow into it, the bubble has somewhere to go. You always want a little bit more glass at the end than the sides because of that force, and then it'll spread out. Can we please see some of Miss Waters' past works? Over the years, the art of storytelling has served a resourceful tool within the evolution of Miss Waters' works. When she sits and thinks about her journey as a black woman and a mother in an inequitable art market, she often finds herself developing innovative ways to lampoon and defy generalizations that doubt her capabilities, whether sustaining a decade-long renowned conceptual brick-and-mortar community-based art installation called Martyr Sauce, or shape-shifting that brick-and-mortar into a television show called Thank You, Miss Pam, on the on the Seattle channel, celebrating artists, creatives, and small businesses around the Pacific Northwest, are evolving her preferred medium from oil painting to motorized large-scale immersive fabrications in blown glass. She has never shied away from taking risks. Her world drips with colorful irreverence and cheeky humor, flipping gender scripts, remixing black cultural touchpoints, and reflecting the contradictions of daily life. Welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Sunday. We are making orbs here in the Hot Shop. Miss Tariqa Waters is the visiting artist for the week. At 1 p.m., she will also have her artist talk. So if you want to learn more about her, you're more than welcome to stay with us here in the Hot Shop. She has the really cool blue hair. And she's been practicing making her own orbs this morning after watching them be made all week. Maybe they're gonna try to configure hair a ball barrette. And so if you don't know, like when little girls wear the little hair balls in their hair when they're tiny, that's what the large piece is. But that's not glass on the podium over there. It's just her medium of maybe like, I don't know, I guess like maybe like a styrofoam of some sort, hard. So on the far left side of the bench, as you can see, we've gathered the glass and we'll go in with our block to cool that glass down. It's really important to get those outer layers nice and cool. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water to protect the material and the glass. So we are currently we're going to test out making a piece of elastic in clear glass. So what Courtney has gathered is just a mass of clear glass from the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So that furnace there is a large tank full of molten hot glass. The furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It rests at 23 or 2100 degrees. We keep the furnace on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week because we don't want to compromise the crucible inside of it. So a large ceramic pot that is inside of it. If we were to turn it off, the glass would cool down, and when glass cools, it shrinks. And so because it's like stuck to the walls in there, it'll shrink and crack the bowl. So we don't want that. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the green part of the illustration is the ceramic pot, the molten glass. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, which allow us to work for about a week or two. And then when they have to get refilled, I don't know if we fill them up to that 1,000 pound level, but we could if we needed. But it's probably not too hard to get to 1,000 pounds. The glass is so heavy. And it's in there like honey. It's like honey, like lava, molten glass, like lava, similar to lava. So now we're gonna get this mass of glass nice and hot. And then we're going to stretch it out. It's really cool. It's kind of like watching Laffy Taffy be stretched. So our goal, this is just our prototype, but our goal is to make the elastic that goes into the hairball, the hairball barrette. We're gonna make one with color, but not right this second. We have to practice first. Practice makes perfect. Yeah, so all the glass that comes from out of our furnaces is clear, just like what's on the end of this rod that Gabe's working with. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools back down to room temperature, which you will see very quickly here, it'll be clear, crystal clear. Can we see the, no, we're gonna watch this process first. What he did was he quenched the end of the glass there in the bucket to cool it down, so when we grab onto it to stretch it out, it won't be too hot in that concentrated spot, which then will pull quicker than the rest of the glass. So this is a mechanism to allow us to be able to stretch it out evenly. So he'll go in with those diamond shears. The diamond shears, they cut in an even 360 across. No, you got it. You got it. After this, can we see the yellow hairball barrette picture with the high heels? So we removed it from its initial pipe to be able to work on the opposite side. And so what we did was we put a little bit of water on that jack line, tapped the pipe, the vibrations helped the thermal shock set in and pop it off. And now what we're gonna do is go into the reheating chamber to be able to clean up the opposite side and refine it. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we work in and out of this reheating chamber, it rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. Those hollow fire bricks inside of it can withstand those high temperatures. And so now we'll go in, get it really hot, come out, and give it some love with the torch because we want to keep it evenly heated. And so what we're making is we are creating the elastic portion. Can we see some of Miss Waters' past works? Hi, how you doing? So if you look up at the big screen there, Tariqa explores, different pieces of her childhood in these larger multimedia images. And so this is a hairball barrette. And so little girls will wear hairballs in their hair, especially little brown girls. And so she's just focusing on this part of childhood. And when making these hairball barrettes, she said it's her dream to have the elastic portion made in glass. So we're doing the elastic portion, and you'll see it next on the big screen. You'll see the yellow hairball barrette with these really cute yellow high heels. And so that is what we're working on right now. We're doing a prototype in clear, and look on the big screen there, you'll see the hairball barrette. So right now we're doing a prototype in clear. We're gonna do color next. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. We have to keep the end of the pipe hot. That part goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. So we'll flash it manually with the torch. That's why Carly is shooting the end of the pipe with the fluffy torch to keep it nice and warm. At 1 p.m. will be Miss Waters' artist talk. So if you're interested in sticking around at the 1 o'clock hour, you'll be able to learn about more about her work. She does have a show coming up May 7th at Seattle Art Museum. It's her solo show, Venus is Missing. And you'll be able to see the rocket and the glass on final display there. And so be sure to follow along. Can we see her artist slide, the one about her visiting artist slide? The one of her photo with her tags for Instagram and her website. So if you can see on the big screen there, let's hold it on the visiting artist slide. Can we go back if possible? Let's hold it so the guests can see her information to follow her. So now Carly will get suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. We'll catch the piece off the pipe and put it into an annealing oven where it'll cool down. So the reason why we heat the glass in specific areas is because we want to make sure the heat is evenly distributed, especially at the end of the pipe there when we're preparing to take it off of the pipe. At the very end, we want to make sure that's really hot. So when we put water on it, thermal shock sets in. When thermal shock sets in, we hit the pipe, and the vibrations release the glass. It pops off. Put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there. Carly will get under it. Mind you, tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Mind you, Carly has on the gloves to protect her skin from physically being burnt, but the heat is still radiating through that material, so don't think it's not hot. It's always hot the entire time. The only time it's not hot is when you leave the hot shop. Let's give Carly a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. My name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Can we see the video that Miss Waters produced? Her artist video? So as the process starts over, Courtney will take a steel rod, dip it into the furnace, and then it'll go into the glass with a block. Oh, also, if you wanted to take, oh, never mind. He'll go into shaping the glass with a block, and the block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaked in water. So the water protects the block and the glass. And as you can see, just a couple rotations will quickly dry the block out. So you have to put it back in the water and then go back in. We're making if you're interested in following along with Miss Tariqa's journey, can we go back to the artist slide? Can we go back one? Hold it here. So one of Seattle Magazine's most influential artists, Tariqa Waters, innovative practice masterfully commands space through her use of mixed medium tableaus, paintings, photographs, film, glass, and whimsical immersive installations. Her technicolor characterizations of multi-generational commercial references reclaim a sincere aesthetic steeped in effortless regality and proudly celebrated traditions. You can learn more about her at martyrsauce.com/Tariqa Waters or on Instagram at Martyr Sauce. And so to follow her journey, those are her personal handles. You can also get onto Seattle Art Museum. She'll have her solo show May 7th opening, and you'll be able to see the glass and the rocket mixed with the glass. This is for the rocket ship, and it'll have a windshield with all the bubbles to depict motion. And so follow along with Miss Waters there on the big screen. So as we constantly dip into the furnace there, the furnace can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It looks clear, but really it looks orange, but it's really clear when it cools back down. And so when the levels start to get low, they don't just magically reappear, even though that would be great, but that doesn't happen. We have a hot shop technician here that recharges our furnaces, which means he refills the furnaces so we can keep high levels. The lower it is to gather, the hotter it gets on your fingers. So every week or every other week, depending on the flow of traffic in the hot shop, we will charge the furnaces. What we're doing over there, though, right now, let's focus on what's happening. Can we see the powder booth? I think we're sifting color on in the powder booth. So as you can see on the surface of this glass, we're sifting color on. We have to do it in an enclosed environment to protect ourselves from, powder flying around, glass powder flying around. We don't want to inhale it. And so we're sifting pigment, which this one is a darker color, could be black. So we're sifting color onto the surface of the glass. Scoop up some more. Sift it again. This will give us a nice compact, solid finish. And then back into the reheating chamber. The glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only used to reheat the glass. There's no molten hot glass inside of the glory holes. There's only molten glass in our furnaces. So we're going to get this glass nice and hot and stretch it out. We're practicing to get the idea proper, which is making this elastic part of the hairball barrettes. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how the glass gets into the furnace?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as we've added color to the surface, we just cool it down in the pipe cooler because dipping it into those high temperature ovens, it gets a little spicy to touch. We'll go back into the reheating chamber, get it nice and hot, and then you guys will, when we bring it to the middle bench, you'll watch them stretch it. We're making the inside of a hairball barrette, just the tubing aspect of it. So when visiting artists come here to work in the hot shop, the beauty of coming here to work in the hot shop is that you get to talk about what you want and watch it come to life. And that is a lot of work. Bringing visions to life is definitely a team sport, and so you always will have 3 to 4 to potentially 5 people helping you, and the more people you have helping you, the more you get produced. And so you get a lot of work, right? More than you could make in 8 hours by yourself or with one additional person. Chihuly designed the hot shop for artists of all backgrounds to apply to be a visiting artist to bring their vision to life in glass. It's not just for glass artists to come and play. And so what you get to see is people experimenting, collaborating, and then producing and driving results. And that is something that is so cool because how often do you get a public, ticket to somebody's private studio? And so that is just the surface. But why why do we start over here and then it ends up in the middle bench and then we finish it? Why do we do that? Well, within the team, there's structure, there's a lot of communication, and there's always the starter. There's always the lead gaffer, which directs the play. So the director of the situation is called a gaffer. And so let's just say, for instance, today the man in the hat with the red shorts, he's Gabe. Gabe's the gaffer. And so Courtney started the piece. Courtney started it on the left side of the hot shop where the powder booth is located. You want to be closer to the color, the powder booth, to get into that first reheating chamber quicker, right? And so that's why we started it. And plus, we don't want the gaffer to be too tired because they know what the final, they're going to refine the last part of the vision to get it right. So you don't want to be the starter and the refining person. You'll burn out. We do this for about 6.5 hours a day, and it's hot, and the pipes are heavy. So everybody plays a very important role to get to the final result. So Tariqa's vision today is to have her hairball barrette elastic band be created. So she brought the vision, they bring the strength, and they also bring a lot of intelligence in regards to what the material does. The entire time you're working glass, it's working you. Sometimes it doesn't do what you want it to do the first time. But what's cool about this team is they nail it the first time. And that's not very common. You got to do it a couple times before you get it right, but they can get it right the first time. And so that's the magic, right, of the team working together, the part that you play. And it's people from different walks of the glass life. So we have Hilltop Artists alumni. We have Hilltop Artists, current youth artists, and that's a program that Chihuly started that's up the street at the middle school level, which means you start touching glass when you're 11, and so by the time you're 16, you have a lot of years under your belt. And so I'm a Hilltop Artist alumni, and then we have Carly, who's been here in the hot shop with the torch, interning. She started touching glass and learning about glass in college. And so there are many ways to become a glass artist. You can do it in school. You can work as a production worker. And that's just a little background. Trenton on the table, he's a Hilltop Artist alumni also. He currently works at Chihuly's Boathouse, producing Chihuly's private works, but he works here with us too. So, you know, it's like substitutes in any other category of careers. So we quenched it at the end there. We quenched it so that at the end it doesn't continue to pool too quickly. That's why we're quenching it in the bucket of water. We're making an elastic band. Can we see the past works so then they can see the yellow hairball barrette? Our visiting artist has the pretty blue hair with the cool pink jumpsuit on. That's Miss Tariqa Waters, Seattle-based artist. Hey! She said that the hairball, the elastic is the most simple part, but it's been her dream to have it made in glass, and so her dreams are coming alive, which is great. That's the job. So the core of the hairball barrettes and the images there are what we're achieving right now. It's simple, but even the simple things take a lot of work in life. You even got to think about the simple things to make sure that your final image is refined. Your final result is refined to get the proper idea all the way down. So we'll go on with torches in certain places. The little torch is about 5,000 degrees. That's the hot torch. And then the fluffy torch is about 2,400 degrees. That's like the reheating torch. And we have to touch the glass in certain areas to keep it hot properly throughout. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we have to go in and out of the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chambers. There's only hollow fire bricks, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. So Addie's on the doors to be able to open up the opening to so when we go in it's wider. We don't want to hit the doors. If we hit the doors are like above 2,000 degrees, and so the glass will stick to the door and it'll get like it's really tacky, so it'll like clip it, and that's gonna mess up the piece. So we don't want to do that. So Addie's on the doors. Every little movement as you get the piece larger is really important because it's awkward to move and it's heavy. Can I please see the kids design glass slide? I just want to be able to read the slide. Our Kids Design Glass program is one of our long-standing youth programs dedicated to encouraging the youth to design like fine artists do. So if you're 12 and under, draw your original idea, submit your drawing. If it's because it's a competition, so you got to have something good for us, okay? The Hot Shop team will call you, and one will be made here, one will be sent home. One stays in our permanent collection. That is what you see in the Art Alley Kids Design Glass on display, as well as the Grand Hall. And you don't have to be local. We had some friends from Korea zoom in and watch their creation be made. You can find the submission forms in the Grand Hall or online, print them out, give them to your little ones to draw something cool. Yeah, that's Kids Design Glass. Thank you. So we will begin to clean up this left side closer to the end of the pipe here because we're going to need to take this piece off the pipe. So we're going to transfer it to an additional rod and then work on the opposite side, meaning that we're going to clean it up. Transferring pieces off the pipe, it's always fun to see because it's like a big pivotal moment. So now we're going to transfer ourselves from the initial blowpipe. So we're going to add an additional rod to the end of the hairball, elastic, give it a little flash on the end of the pipe here. So we have to allow that connection point to cool down a bit. When it's really orange, we have to give it some time to set itself up. If not, then when we remove the elastic off of the initial pipe, it'll go like this. And you don't want that. You want it to be a nice, sturdy connection, nice and cool, so it's strong enough to catch it. If it's too hot and we remove it, it'll be too heavy. Tap it and remove it from the initial pipe. Then we'll go back into the reheating chamber to get it nice and hot. At 1 o'clock, she will have her artist talk here in the hot shop, so you'll be able to learn more about her. That'll be from 1 till about midway through the hour, and you'll be able to learn about her art, her perspective of the art world, and all of the work she's done up until today. Also, these works will go into Seattle Art Museum. Her solo show will be May 7th, and the title of the show is Venus is Missing. We'll use the fluffy torch to get the end of that rod nice and hot. Keep it warm so the heat can stay evenly distributed. We always want the end of the pipe to be really happy. We want that connection to stay nice and heated properly. This is what allows us to work in and out of the reheating chambers at the bench and to shape the glass into our desired liking. That's our connection point to the process. Yeah, so the little pieces of clear glass in the middle of the tie are the elastic, because this is an elastic band. The little pieces in the middle are for our purposes of cutting the glass later. We have to cut this glass to create the illusion of the elastic and the hair ball barrette combining, because we're going to have to put the orbs that we created in this oven here into the idea of it. So we have to do a lot of cutting later in the process. Can we see Miss Waters' past works? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll see the hair ball barrette. This is the black portion, and then the orbs are inside of our annealing oven here. You'd have to stand over there, so go up on the rails and look into that oven, and those will be complementary to the rocket ship. So now Trenton will suit up to be able to catch the elastic portion off the pipe. He'll have protection from his skin physically being burnt, but mind you, all the heat is still radiating through the material, so it's still super duper hot. In about 30 minutes, Miss Waters will have her artist talk here in the hot shop, so stick around. You might want to, stay and listen to learn more about her. One more flash, and then Trenton will get under it to be able to catch it off the pipe. We'll go in with the shears, a little bit of water. A little bit of water on the back of that pipe there. That'll set in and create thermal shock. We'll tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. To the annealing oven we'll go. We have to place all things made here in the hot shop in the annealing oven so it can cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give Trent a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. Watch this video. Can we please see Tariqa's video, the animation, the video, you know, the artist video? So as you can see, Miss Waters, she dabbles in many mediums: film, photography, glass, and her solo show will be May 7th at Seattle Art Museum. It's titled Venus is Missing, where you'll be able to see the rocket with the glass bubbles. And the rocket is large enough for a little kid to sit inside of it. So it'll be really cool to watch it all come to life in final form at Seattle Art Museum. The process starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The glass looks like it's orange, but really it's just clear. It's hot. So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So when you dip into the furnace, the hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And it's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that rod, the glass gathers, you blow into the end of the pipe, and it creates a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Thank you. We'll then dip into these bowls of powder. They're like baby powder. It's pulverized glass, and that'll give pigment to the surface of the glass. So pay attention to Carly. In a moment, she'll open up the furnace, dip into the furnace, and rotate that stainless steel rod to gather another layer of molten hot glass. The more mass we have, the more volume will allow us to blow the bubble larger. Coming out of the the annealing oven here are the pieces of the ball barrettes. These are the balls that will be on the end of that elastic we just made. So it's all going to be cut and fixed together to make it look like a hairball barrette, similar to the one on the podium that she deconstructed. Can we see Miss Waters' animated video again? So now we've moved the initial blown bubble to the middle bench and we've added some wire around it. And so what that did was that made the bubble have low and high points. So we're creating bubbles for Miss Waters, and this is for her show at Seattle Art Museum, which will be live May 7th. And this is a part of her rocket ship installation. The solo show is called Venus is Missing. You can follow along with Miss Waters at Martyr Sauce on Instagram or www.martyrsauce.com to learn more about her and her work. So at 1 p.m., the artist talk will start as we are still working on creating the orbs, the bubbles. The bubbles in some part of the process, if she needs, will be cut in half. They will function as bubbles depicting motion on the rocket ship. The rocket ship is large enough for a little kid to sit in. And that'll be at Seattle Art Museum for May 7th of the show opening, Venus is Missing. It's her solo show. Come on in and have a seat, hang out with us. Let's listen to what she has to say about her work and all other things. Artist talks are always really fun because we get to watch them all week, but we never get to really hear them talk about the process or what this has done for them. We know she really wanted this residency to advance her portfolio in glass, and so that's obviously why she's here, but also to share more about herself and her journey. We'll blow into the end of the pipe there, and then we'll go into the glass with molding tools. So papers are just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water, which allows us to shape the glass with our hand, and then in with the jacks. The jacks carve in a line of tension. We need to carve in a line of tension to help scoot the glass away from the end of the pipe when we're ready to release it at a different point in the process. Trent brings over these little stainless steel wires, and then we'll put it onto the oblong bubble, and then it will blow it out, and it'll create these low and high points in the bubble, creating multiple little bubbles. So we'll put on the wire and blow into the glass. It's really cool. They kind of take the shapes of fruit, or they take the shapes of popcorn. And then what we'll do is we'll cut off the wire, and we'll just have the really, really cool low and high points from the wires. So when we turn up the levels of the oxygen and the propane, so we're reducing, this is called a reduction flame, which means that there's more propane and less oxygen in the environment. And within the pigment of the glass colors, there are metals. And so what they're doing is they're bringing the metals to the surface by reducing the oxygen. So the metals are searching for oxygen, so that's why they come to the surface. And that's how we get this really, really cool iridescent kind of film at the top that gives us that bubble vibe. And that's the goal. We want that on the surface. So that's why the reheating chamber looked like that. Give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. 1 o'clock on the dot.
All right. All right, everyone. If you can just stay right where you are, in a moment we're going to begin the artist talk. So we're just going to give. You need a few minutes? All right, everyone. Welcome to Museum of Glass. Part of what we do here in the Hot Shop is we have a visiting artist series. Every time we have one, either myself or one of my coworkers introduces the visiting artist. My name is Jabari Owens Bailey. I am the Curatorial Education Program Manager here at Museum of Glass. And today, I'm here introducing Miss Tariqa Waters. In her residency plan, she wrote, "In anticipation of my upcoming solo exhibition at the Seattle Art Museum, Venus is Missing, I explore vulnerability in the absence of security. This fragility links glass to notions of delicacy and broader themes of emotional vulnerability." One of Seattle Magazine's most influential artists, born in Richmond, Virginia, Tariqa Waters' innovative practice masterfully commands space through her use of mixed media tableaus, paintings, photographs, film, glass, and whimsical immersive installations. Her technicolor characterizations of multigenerational commercial references reclaim a sincere aesthetic steeped in effortless regality and proudly celebrated traditions. Over the years, the art of storytelling has served as a wondrous and resourceful tool within the evolution of her work. When she sits and thinks about her journey as a Black woman and mother in an equitable art market, she often finds herself developing innovative ways to lampoon and defy generalizations that doubt her capabilities. Whether sustaining a decades-long, renowned conceptual brick-and-mortar community-based art installation called Martyr Sauce, or shapeshifting that brick-and-mortar into a television show called Thank You, Miss Pam on the Seattle channel, celebrating artists, creatives, and small businesses around the Pacific Northwest, or evolving her preferred medium from oil painting to motorized, large-scale immersive fabrications and blown glass, she has never shied away from taking risks. Her world drips with colorful irreverence and cheeky humor, flipping gender scripts, remixing Black cultural touchpoints, and reflecting the contradictions of daily life. So, I want you all to stay in your seats and welcome Miss Tariqa Waters.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Okay. This is going to be very informal. I'm so happy to be here. This is a dream. If you ever get the opportunity, I encourage you to apply because I am a spoiled brat. They are sick of me here at the Museum of Glass. Yeah, this is very exciting for me. A lot of my work is installation-based, surrounding large sculpture pieces that I fabricate. These fabrications are usually just done by myself, and if my husband has the bandwidth to help out, it's fantastic. But as I've been progressing in my career, I've been asking for more help. So in doing so, it's really great because I can then explore new mediums and different materials in a way that kept oh, hello. Can you hear me better now? Oh, you. Okay, sorry. I'm not used to holding a microphone. So yeah, if I can explore new mediums and materials, then it just keeps making the storytelling that much more better. So a little bit of background so I can stay on track and not ramble too much. It was touched on, I moved to Seattle back in 2012 and hit the ground running right away. In Pioneer Square, opened up a small little art gallery called Martyr Sauce. Martyr Sauce came by way of my daughter, who has been here filming, teasing her brother, who you'll see in a film, for saying tartar sauce all the time when he was frustrated. And this is while we were still in Atlanta before we moved to Seattle. So we were initially like, why would you say Martyr Sauce? Who's been talking to you? You're 7 years old, what's happening? And then it quickly went into, this is a cool band name. Cut to, moved to Seattle, opened up this brick and mortar, and we weren't doing anything with Martyr Sauce, so we named it Martyr Sauce. So that was a mainstay in Seattle. So I had the foolish notion that I would be able to, you know, open up this space that is surrounded by other commercial galleries and show other artists, as well as making my own work at the same time. That was a lot. So I slowly started to take contracts in various museums around Seattle and organizations so I can get the artists that I was representing out in the world, and then that would get me a bit more time to kind of focus more on my career at the same time. Mama brain, you just multitask. How many things can I squeeze into 1 hour? So it just kept evolving. So Martyr Sauce went from a little small stairway and it expanded into an underground space right off of First Avenue. And it just started looking like Pee-wee's Playhouse with all the installations that I would make, and they would travel here and there, but they would land back in the space. And then opening up a sister space, which affectionately we call Martyr Sauce Pop Art Museum, with amalgamation of everything that I created, where that acronym came together perfectly as Miss Pam. So that stayed in the community for about 10 years, and then the Miss Pam, I'm just saying all of this, stay with me, because you're gonna hear a lot about Miss Pam. Miss Pam has been moving and grooving. So we went from a brick and mortar to a television show, thank you Miss Pam, to an advice column for a magazine in Seattle called Public Display Art, Ask Miss Pam. So people either know me as Tariqa Waters or Miss Pam. That was a long walk, but we got there, thank you. That's not the whole talk, I'm almost done. So moving into the installation space with the glass, I have been working with these ball barrettes. They came about during the pandemic, like right before the pandemic, like 2019, I started making these ball barrettes. I hated the ball barrette growing up. They were a mainstay. They weren't cute to me, they were not fashionable to me, it had nothing to do with beauty and all of the other words that get thrown into artist talks. It was very utilitarian. It was a tool that you pulled out of your toolbox of baubles to get that ponytail right and tight. And everybody who I talk to here in Seattle, it's funny, they have a relationship with those things one way or the other. They are second to stepping on a Lego, so they would end up on the floor and all over the place. But in talking about my upbringing and coming from Richmond, Virginia, East Coast, Southern girl, it's a way for me to tell a lot and to put you in a space and time without having to talk and tell you too much of my personal business. So that's the beauty of pop art. I don't only have to use one or two things, and for me, I can go wherever you want to go, and then you can go wherever you want to go, and we're just sitting having a beer going places, you know? So that's been the funnest thing with working with objects in particular. And the ball barrette is a very inexpensive thing. So, of course, I needed to elevate it and take it to glass to kind of explain more about the toughness that comes up when you're a little girl, a little black girl in particular, growing up in the South, and the things that are coming at you left and right. You just want to play, you just want to exist, you don't want to think about all the things. But there is this tough exterior, but you're super fragile and vulnerable. And I know for me, and talking about the space that I occupy and the people who look like me and who talk like me and who exist like me, we're all saying the same thing without having to say anything at all. Yeah, the ball barrette, it's just I can go on, but I want to And these slides are new. So I'm talking about the ball bearer because they're in my face. I don't know. This is going to be a surprise for me as we click along here. This is the interior shot of my exhibition at the Museum of Museums when they were open in Seattle called Gum Baby. And Gum Baby is a 5-room installation that I created. So the space at Museum of Museums is just an empty floor. There's nothing there. So I created 5 separate rooms to tell a story. It kind of ended up being a bit of my story of my life. So this is the first room. And, left and right cursor. Is this clicker too? Does that work? No, just this. Okay. So this is, okay. Sorry, stay with me. Yeah, okay. First room, and you'll see I'm playing with the ball barrettes. I have them suspended in the air. You can see I've thrown some on the floor because I like to throw glass on the floor. Sorry. And what we were doing earlier today, if you were here to see, which is super fun, making the elastic tie out of glass. These were done, that middle unit is done out of PVC tubing. Not really knowing how I was gonna hang them. So you can see in the clear here, that tube cut off. But it's been a trip trying to figure out how to feed that thing through the ball barrettes to get it in that good shape where the integrity is held there. So this still with my skates. This was a part of well, I'm wondering if there's a video that plays the Gum Baby video. Yeah, where's that video? I had a video of this which would translate this a lot better. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Yeah, this is easy. The first room, this is a gag room. It's a white box gallery. You're on a journey. That's my daughter. So there's a trick door here. That's my son, who stood in for another actor. And he also did all of the animations for this exhibition. His name is Nine. So that's so much better with the video. Jeez. Yeah. I'm terrible talking about my work. I need a visual. I'm a very visual person, and putting that together was the best idea I could come up with. I'm patting myself on the back just to kind of encapsulate it in a movie trailer and just kind of have some fun with the storytelling element of it all. So there's another video that we could play, and I could talk over top of that, of the behind the scenes of enlisting Brandon Cullingham to help me with these glass ball barrettes, because I didn't know I could have help making work. For some reason, I just assumed when I would think about a Warhol or a Jeff Koons that they were doing it themselves. So when I started in fabrications, I was like, okay, I have to, if I want to make the thing and I want it to look like the thing, I'm going to have to figure out what the thing is. Side note, that's a good thing to do, because if you are into fabrications, it's always great if you know how to do it yourself. It's like, you know, taking your car into the shop. Learn how to change your tires and learn how to do, you know, basic stuff, so they're not trying to take you in the garage. Like, you know, what you really need is like, no, I just came here for the thing, do the thing, and then we can go home. So it's a lot like that with construction and building things. So there's a shorthand for me now where I can just easily communicate one thing or another. Oh, it's in here? Great. That's it. That's, yeah, I think that's, is that a video? Or is that a still? That's a still. There it is. Is that a still or is that a video? Okay, there. Oh, that's making of the ball barrette. So maybe that's the glass too. So that's good. That's a little, yep. All right, yay. So all I have to say, Brandon was really cool with me because it was great to watch, but it was also really nice to be able to participate a little bit where I felt like I was doing something. It's like I need my breath and a ball. That sounds terrible, but I need to at least do something, participate. So it was really fun. I can only work with glass on occasion. I mean, hats off, mad respect. So this was super fun to produce. This was in August, so excuse my shorts. I had no idea what to wear. And this is building out the space. Every element of the space I did with the help of one other person. But yeah, and you saw the video. Let's see. Yeah. All right. This is our crosswalk in Pioneer Square. Long story short, the city reached out to us about producing a crosswalk, and so I was like, yeah, we have a crosswalk. It's the first of its kind ever in Pioneer Square because it's a historic neighborhood. It is called Martyr Sauce Crosswalk. It is now worn into the street, so it's not as vibrant, but this is a little bit of the behind the scenes of, yay, it's blown out a bit, but that's okay. Yeah, I think the format is different. Of me making the giant lunchbox, Julia. It's a lunchbox and thermos during the height of the pandemic, right before that 2020 election, trying to get everything at the Bellevue Art Museum. And then also at the same time creating Miss Pam for that piece to then move into my own museum, Miss Pam. So that's it in there and a little bit of it in BAM. So making that lunchbox, everything is rooted in the 80s. Even though this lunchbox and thermos is of, it's an homage to, a tribute to my mother, but it's based off of the television show Julia that aired in the 60s, in 1968, starring the late, great Diane Carroll. And I grew up watching her on Dynasty, A Different World. I mean, she's like mother. I mean, you can't get any better from me. I love her to death. And it was funny to me that this show wasn't on syndication when I was a kid. And with everything that was going on in the world at that time, and still is in 2020, I just wanted to do something that was a little more light and it spoke to a lot of different things all at once. My mom, when we were living in Richmond, she was a single mom, and raising my sister and I on her own. I don't know how she did it, and thinking about all the single mothers out there, you know, with young kids during the pandemic. Julia in the television show, she was a registered nurse, so, you know, a tribute to all the essential workers during that time. And I wanted it to rotate because my mom, because she was a single mom, we did not stay home from school unless we had the bubonic plague. So I thought that was kind of the time. And I really wanted to encapsulate that. So she was always tired, so you could see, like, that was my mom laying on the couch. Like, I'm resting my eyes, I'm not asleep. Find something to occupy yourself. So trying to, you know, paint little tableaus on the lunchbox that shows us keeping ourselves busy. But when we stayed home, the only thing that was on television was The Price is Right. And so I do a lot of things that are rooted in a time where there are only a few channels, like even in that Gum Baby video, it's getting to that big giant, you know, floor television set that sits on the carpet. You're looking up, it feels massive. And having the lunchbox rotate like you're on in a new car, you know, come on down, have that vibe to it, especially creating like a fourth wall because we couldn't enter and exit out of spaces. So it was just something to kind of give a feel like it was unapproachable, but it's just massive. And that lunchbox was primarily made out of wood. The only places that were open during that time were banner and billboard companies, so that was how I was able to fill up that much space. It's about 9 feet high and about 8, what is that, 5 feet high? About 5 or 6 feet high and 7 to 8 feet wide. Yeah, it's a chore. It's a chore for sure, trying to create all of these images and these different things. But what we're doing today for the upcoming show in the Seattle Art Museum is called Venus is Missing. It opens May 7th. I don't even know when it opens. It opens May 7th. And what's exciting, what we're doing is creating a windshield for the rocket ship. So a little, you might have seen it flashing throughout today. These are interior shots of Miss Pam. So this is the rocket ship not fitting into my art studio. So this is how we have to come up with plan B and get it into the studio space. But this is the side view of the rocket ship, not bringing the rocket ship in here, trying to figure out a way to create like a more organic kind of vibe, and playing with the shape of the baubles. Everything is brought to you by the shape, the circle. Everything is rounded. And the best way I could think to create a windshield was thinking about when you blow bubbles off of a bubble wand and how all of them just connect and make one large blob, essentially, but cutting that in half. So we've been able to create with like the metal cage going around. When the glass is blown, it catches inside of the metal cages and then creates this shape, which is super cool. And then it's cut just shallow enough to give the impression that from the center point here, it's kind of, you know, just getting smaller in size as it goes down around the edges. So then from that angle, it'll just have that movement to it. I'm really excited. I don't like to give too much stuff away, but it is an installation, another installation exhibition that'll be up at SAM. It'll be up until January 7th of 2026. So it's a good run if you are able to catch it. But it's a journey. It's really fun. I don't like to give too much away, so I'm terrible about talking about things. But if there are any questions in this rambling artist talk of mine, let me know. And if not, it was so fun, just chit-chatting, just all over the place. Any questions? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so thinking about family and passing on legacy and just the art of traditions, like, you know, the multi-generational concept is something that I've been working with a lot. Using a lot of my upbringing, my grandmothers, my mother, all of the matriarchs and their various, you know, spaces and places as my muses, and the stories that I would hear, how things just kind of worked around us. Um, I was fortunate enough to be born into a family of artists. My mother's a creative. She went the corporate route, of course, to make sure she could provide. So she was in graphic art and design. Her brothers, my uncle Daniel, my uncle Lorenzo Gibson, I'm shouting out their names, danced in the Richmond Ballet. He's also, you know, an established landscape artist growing up. So I was surrounded by art. Daniel Minter is another legacy artist. He's been all over, and actually my first job ever was here in Seattle when he taught at Pratt during the summer program where I was 13, living in Maryland at the time, and he and my aunt flew me out so that I could paint the trash cans to match the bus shelters all over Seattle. So this was in '93. So my first job ever, I like to tell people, was in art. So I never approached art in a very serious, controlled, technical environment. It was just always around me, so I just didn't think it was that. It was always very serious. My people take everything very seriously, of course, but it was just always approachable, and it just came to me really naturally, so I didn't have to fight it at all. Which has been really great, because as an artist, the way you make a living, the way you make things work is you have to multitask, you have to figure out ways to keep it going, and that's how my husband and I raise our kids. He's a musician. He's only been a musician his entire life since he was 12. We don't know how to tell them to work straight, you know. It's like, there is no way. Just like, I don't know, you know, apply, put it in a resume. But as artists, they're both creative, so it just kind of worked out to our benefit in that way. And when you're a Black artist in particular in the arts, as a contemporary artist, and you start getting into these more quote unquote serious spaces, it's your narrative and the way you tell your story becomes really contained, and so you hear a lot of, you know, these words that kind of reduce the experience, and it's hyper nuanced. You know, I grew up in the South. I grew up in Richmond, Virginia, then the DMV area. It is predominantly Black, and those experiences are a lot different than in this particular region. Not that you don't have those communities, but the conversations are different and vast and enriched in other ways. And then the spaces that you occupy within the arts are hyper white. And so the way those conversations get marginalized is really, really tough to keep your wits about you and keep the fun and the spirit up in telling your story, because that is allowed in the arts. It doesn't have to be, you know, trauma, you know, inducing every single day. So that is what I make sure that if I'm taking up space in this art world, that's the light that I hold in that space. And because I'm using these ubiquitous objects, those objects are inherent in everybody's household. They don't have anything to do with race or culture or anything, because they're American consumer products. They're at your Family Dollar, or they're at the Piggly Wiggly, or wherever you grew up, you saw the same thing I saw. And so there was just a way for me, because I'm country and I like to talk, obviously, and have conversation with folks and see where, you know, where you're from. Where are you from? What you grow up about? Oh, you had that too? I had that too. I was born at the height of the 80s, 1980, February. I'm an 80s baby. My homies, 70s babies, you know? So it was, are you an only kid, or do you have siblings? So how did you share your toys? You know, did you have the new, or you just had to wait till Christmas? All of those things. But at the height of the 80s, you had Reaganomics. You had all of that consumerism that just came flooding in. And so when I think about, like, my mother in particular, who's a single mom and going through very serious stuff on the other end, she's trying to make sure that we are occupied and we aren't trying to, you know, take on too much, too much all at once. So those objects are really interesting to me. And when I think about a way to kind of keep myself together, I like that form of escapism still. I'm a big kid. I'm telling my husband he had a bunch of toys when we met. I thought it was cool. And so that kind of evolved into me just wanting to make giant toys. So I like to keep it fun. And I don't know how to talk about art seriously, if you could tell. But if any other questions, I'll just leave it there. Any questions about the glass? Oh, shoot. Great. I'm not going to hold you. Oh, yes. Miss Pam. Miss Pam has become an alter ego. Miss Pam, if anybody watched All About the Benjamins, I'm going to drop a movie when she was a bail bondsman, and every time she would do something for Ice Cube, they wouldn't thank her. So she would always say, "Thank you, Pam." And so Miss Pam just became, just out of luck, the Martyr Sauce Pop Art Museum. I was like, Miss Pam. So yeah, either folks call me Miss Pam or Martyr Sauce, but I mean, or Martyr Sauce. I don't have an identity anymore. I'm just kind of this weird thing now. Yeah, I've done it to myself. Did you have a question? Yes. Right. Yeah. 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 Thank you, boo. How long did it take you to make the lunchbox and the thermos? 3 months? 4 months? Yeah. And it's pandemic time, so I don't know how long. I was cranking things out. I know we all were doing something, and we look back and we were like, wait, how long did that take? Oh, I could whip one of those. I was like, no, I had nothing but time during that time. But it was about 3 or 4 months because I switched gears. I was doing something else, and then it got too heavy and decided to. My husband actually held up the lunchbox because I have a whole. Well, the Miss Pam thing, to get back to that, does talk about the lunchbox. And in Martyr Sauce, I have this wall of all of these, I call them artifacts, just to sound fancy. But it was a collection of things from like the 1930s all the way up to like the late 90s. It was all the way like, little pomade tins to like Angela Davis pens from like the 60s to, like the Julia lunchbox and thermos to the Dee Dee, the Barbie's rocker, like just different various things in this little wall of artifacts, and that was called Miss Pam. And then when I decided to take over the commercial space above that underground gallery, I didn't want to put Martyr Sauce on the street, so then it was like, well, we'll just call it Martyr Sauce Pop Art Museum, and then just bring in all of those from the small to the large in that space. My website is martyrsauce.com, and my Instagram is @martyrsauce. I am much better at visuals than talking. Yeah, so with all of the objects and the installation, like, yeah, with the like the Gum Baby, Alice in Wonderland vibe, that was including us and putting us in the space, especially when it comes to, and I say us, I mean Black women. Black women are the most influential. I mean, as far as having global influence, Black women, full stop. And we are excluded from all of, I mean, just even in just general advertisement and consumer products that you find. Like, take for instance, when I grew up, my mother made it a point to tell me I could not purchase a doll unless if it came in black. If it came in black, then I could get it. And I had to wait till the end of the commercial to see if the doll was going to be black or white, or if it's just, if they included that in the commercial. So the thing for me is to, you know, in terms of fantasy and escapism and just that whole surreal approach to using these everyday products that I could fudge the branding, but I think it's important to keep the brand name in them. And in those advertisements, the only time we saw advertisements that reflected ourselves were, I'm telling my whole age, I hope I have some people that are rocking with me on time here, but Saturday mornings was a big deal. So we had to be out of the shower with our hair freshly washed before Soul Train came on. So, and this is Saturday morning. So when Soul Train came on, that was the only time we ever saw commercials that were specifically for Black people, and it was great. Right after Soul Train, Casey Kasem with the Countdown came on right after. So it was, you just got all the feels. If we were still sitting in between my mom's legs while she was braiding our hair and Casey Kasem was off the air, it took too long. We had wasted half the day, and so the point that I'm making is we saw a direct change between the only time we were included in pop culture and included in commercialism and all of these products. We're doing a very niche time in the, I mean, just once a week, just on that Saturday and in that block of time. And then you just see how you just, you know, eventually just, you know, it's not, you're not considered, you know, as much as you are using these things and as much as they are in your life, to see yourself become, you know, kind of diminished in that space. Me using myself in the work, earlier on, I started as an oil painter, and I was using other subjects, but the more and more I was got into Frida Kahlo and her use of herself, just to tell stories, and it's just a lot quicker and an easier way for me to tell, to communicate more about whatever it is that I'm trying to say, to insert myself in the shot, and then also to insert myself with the products that, you know, you would think, but we weren't. So, I feel like I'm rambling, y'all. Y'all are sweet, but I can stop talking for real. Like, yes, so sorry. Well, I love color. The pink became a thing out of a way to stop. Being in Pioneer Square for so long, you try to come up with clever ways for people not to destroy your property or whatever the hell. But I started painting the railing and stuff pink, like, you know, kind of, you wouldn't punch a guy with glasses, like, you wouldn't do anything crazy, it's pink, you know. So that became just a go-to color of mine if I just wanted to just lighten something. You know, and even with like when Martyr Sauce first opened, it was just a small little stairway. The neighborhood, because it's a historic neighborhood, it does a lot of period-specific themed things. So there was a period store where you dressed up all antebellum-like and you walked around the square. And I'm like, you know, okay, so dress me. What am I gonna wear, you know? And at the time, antlers and the whole hipster thing was trending real tough. So I thought, well, I'm just going to paint a portrait of Old Hickory and paint him in a pink slave collar and with a pink ornate frame. And then that was Martyr Sauce. And then I had the branding on the side. And then artists in this small stairway, they were like, yeah, we're rocking with you. We'll, you know, I'll put my work up. And so it was really refreshing that people got it immediately, the ingredients, because it's Martyr Sauce, playing with ingredients. A lot of people had fun with the ingredients and saw themselves in the ingredients. That was vibrant and colorful. And it's just a way to kind of add levity to everything, and it's just a counter. I grew up with a lot of color, and I don't know if it's a country thing or not. Like, we will head to toe, monochromatic, you know, with my boo thing. Same color, red. Today is red, tomorrow might be green, head to toe. Seattle doesn't, not so much, but that's, you know, I like to draw those elements in. It's just a feel-good thing. The pink rocket ship, sometimes if I can't think of anything, it'll go pink. But yeah, that's pretty much. I just like colors. Any other questions? Yay. Oh, yeah. Say that again. So the process with glass, because a lot of these products and things that I'm using, the ball barrettes in particular, they're so tough and durable. Like, you can't destroy those things unless you probably put it in one of those, like, pressed, I don't know if you've seen those online, where you get to see, I don't know how you break those. They're marbles, essentially. But to turn something that is so durable and dense into something very fragile, you know, and turning something that is indestructible into something very fragile is something that I wanted to play with. In terms of the conversation, and, you know, I talk about being black. I wouldn't talk about being black so much if I were seeing more, but just little girls in general, like how we have to be tough and have to have that tough exterior, and even the want to sometimes just be vulnerable and just be acknowledged of. I think everybody, girls, it doesn't matter what gender you are. I think we all have vulnerability and a fragility to us. It's just in how you come up in the world, what you had to endure, and having people see through that. Something about this particular piece here with the windshield, I wanted it to be as transparent and translucent and have that iridescent vibe as much as possible. A lot of, you know, the ball barrettes have come out, you know, particularly opaque. So all of that thinking about vulnerability, transparency, but that iridescent kind of magical, like you can't put your finger on it. It's like, ooh, you know, something that just takes your breath away, trying to think about a way to kind of recreate something like that. And it's just like, I feel like I'm at an auto hobby shop, like, oh yeah, you're making a windshield. It's not very glamorous, but, you know, trying to make every bit of it just kind of really like, wow, that throwaway thought is really intentional. I did not want to kill anybody in here, so the thing that I was really drawn to is this thing called fume, and Gabe could talk about it. I'm like a kid in a candy store. I don't know until somebody says, like, slaps my hand and says, no, Tariqa, we're not doing that. But the fume that I saw gave, like, if you know when you blow bubbles and that catches that light, it would have done that, but it's a whole thing. So having some of them clear and then taking the clear and is a reduction, correct? Yeah, and just reducing that as much as to however much, just to kind of give it just a faint gold, like iridescent vibe has been nice. It's just a touch of pink here and there. Some of it comes out a little more warm. And this has been the best thing I think I've done in my career so far, because I really feel like a kid. Like, however, you know, you take clay in kindergarten and you put it in the kiln, like however it's gonna come out, that's the piece, you know? And however unintentional or intentional it becomes, that's it. It's really nice to be in a space finally where it doesn't have to be measured specifically. So underneath all of this, I will get an acrylic round that's about 39 in diameter to fit on the front part of that rocket ship. And I was told to use a clear silicone epoxy adhesive till that they'll just sit, you know, on top. And some of these are still whole, but they'll have a blue Sharpie outline where we're gonna cut them Wednesday, cut a few more of them down. And then some will just stay whole that are really, sorry if I got loud, that are really clear and little kind of like egg shape that'll just kind of sit and fill in the gaps here. But yeah, this has been really fun. It's, and then there'll be light and stuff that'll play, and it's still a work in progress. All of this is gonna get taken to Sam May 31st is when we're going to load in, and I'll just take all of April to assemble everything before May. So, and there are a lot of fun little bits in the space, and I'll tell you separately. It's something about spoiling the surprise. Everybody, I just never want to talk about it until it's all the way up, but it'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get Sam to let me put some glass on the floor. They don't want me to do that. But whatever we don't use, I'll have, probably in some contained areas. And the elastic piece that was worked on today, that is the insert for the beads here, will probably be on a vitrine or plinth and just kind of displayed all pretty like. I was thinking to do something crazy and have them hanging, but just that they were done today has just made me so full, because just the simplest things. Like in fabrication, it's like, when I would teach, I used to teach at Sam, and it's just getting kids just to draw basic shapes. Like, can you draw a circle, or can you draw a square? If you can do these shapes, then you can draw a face, or you can draw a nose. So just trying to tackle a circle, at this big old age of 45, it's like, okay, so you do this. So yeah, it's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. And the most simple things that add to that piece, not just being two ball, spherical, oh, what is that, like a lampshade? It's like, no, they're ball barrettes. And the only thing that's gonna tell you that it's a ball barrette is the elastic tie, which is the most unglamorous thing, So I've been learning my lesson with that. Like the lunchbox, it has to curve. Otherwise, it's not a lunchbox, it's just a box. Or the handle to the thermos. Otherwise, it's just a cylinder, it's not a thermos, I have taken up way too much of your time. I was only gonna do 10 minutes. So, are there any more? Yeah, we're done. Or did you have another question? Okay, good. No? Oh, one more? Yes. Kristen is a rock star. Yeah, so they were big and bulbous like this. Like some of them were massive. Like this one, for instance. And Kristen came in yesterday. She does all of the co-working and reminded me of what I was doing, because when they were all full, looking like, full bubble clusters, I was like, they're so pretty. She's like, yeah, but that's not, we're making a windshield. We're making a windshield, Tariqa. We have to cut these shallow. And they turned out so great, because it just looks like the top of, a bubble. Some of them didn't make it, which is to be expected, which I'm still learning the hard way. Yeah. Yeah, she is a wet saw. I could say wet saw. Gabe, did you want to answer? Yeah. Yeah. Everybody here has been so great. I'm going to say it to the camera. Oh my God. This is the best experience I've ever had in my life. I am in hog heaven. I think I'm in a dream. I don't think this is real. Everybody here has been spectacular. I mean, I'm just so honored to work with so many stellar artists. And yeah, I didn't make any sense in this talk, but yeah. That's it, y'all. Keep looking down here.
Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. Hope you guys are having a wonderful afternoon. Here in the hot shop, our visiting artist is Miss Tariqa Waters, and we have been exploring bubbles and making these orb figures. They're referenced as ball barrettes, so like when little girls would wear, the little knockers in their hair. So before we went to lunch and before we were drifted away into Miss Tariqa's world by her artist talk, we were working on the elastic portion of the ball barrettes. It lays in the middle. If we could see some of her past works, you'll be able to see them in a different form. Here in the hot shop, when visiting artists come to the museum, the best part about it is that you have people producing your work and you're narrating to them, you're directing them what you want your final vision to become. So, Tariqa's working on a solo show titled Venus is Missing for Seattle Art Museum. It will be live May 7th. So you can see this in final form with the rocket ship. This will be a part of the windshield of the rocket ship, and the bubbles that have been cut in half are designed to depict motion. As far as the process of what we're doing here in the hot shop, these have been made all week. So they started on Wednesday, and this is how many we've gotten up until today. It's a 5-day residency, and not only glass artists are encouraged to apply to our visiting artist residency. Everyone's encouraged. You can be a carpenter, a painter, you can be whatever you'd like. But if you're chosen, you get to bring your vision together here in glass. And so this hot shop is designed for all artists to explore, experiment, and create successfully with a team of artists who have been in the glass world for some of them more than 10 years, more than 15 years, and then more than 20 years. And so you'll streamline your process if you work with this team. A lot of artists seek this residency out because they know how far they will be able to go within creating in glass with the hot shop team. Here, what we're doing is Courtney has gathered on a stainless steel rod. We've gathered glass from the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see the glass furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So when the furnace levels start to get low, you'll see the ceramic pot is where the glass is held. When it starts to get low, we have a hot shop technician that comes in to recharge the furnaces. So that means we're going to refill them with glass. All the glass inside of the furnace, which are the ovens there with the doors on them, is clear. It looks orange because it's hot. So we're gathering solid glass, a solid mass of glass at the end of the pipe there. We're going to stretch it out like candy, almost like Laffy Taffy, and turn it into like the organic shape of what the ball barrettes would be if they were just naturally in an environment. Can we please see the Charging the Furnace video to learn about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
We'll go in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood and it's soaked in glass. I mean, soaked in water. Oh, God. It's soaked in water to protect the integrity of the wood and then also to protect the surface of the glass. The steam is what protects the glass. So we want to make sure that those outer layers are nice and cool while keeping those inner layers nice and hot so then we're able to build. You cannot continue to gather hot glass in the hot ceramic pot with more hot glass. It would all be a mess. So we have to allow it to chill itself down, set itself up. And then we'll go in with our papers to shape the glass. We're just going to make a very thick, solid tube. The papers are folded up newspaper soaked in water as well. Everything's soaked in water or lubricated with wax to be able to manipulate the glass. Just a little bit more about our visiting artist here at the Museum of Glass this week. She works with film, video, she works with glass, so many different mediums she uses to create her visions and bring them to life. And this film of one of her exhibits is really, really very, you'll see it. It's just beautiful. Can we see Ms. Tariqa's visual of her exhibits? Let's do the video. Let's play the video.
Do you guys all know what we're making too? I don't know if she said what we're making. Did she? Did you tell them what we're making? Sorry. I was gonna tell.
We're making the elastic portion of the hairball. Can we please see the powder booth? So now that we've heated it a few times, we go over to that closed space to sift color powder onto the surface of the glass. This is powdered glass. Can we see the reheating chamber diagram? So when we go and add anything to the surface of the glass, we then will have to melt it in. So our reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to heat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest around 2300 degrees. And so you'll see Courtney will go in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass nice and hot and to melt the surface of the any additions together. And so that's what he's doing at the bench. From the bench to the reheating chamber back to the bench is what we're doing to melt that black powder glass into the surface. So we'll strip some of that glass off the surface just to make the top very, very thin, a thin veil of clear around that black. So that's what we did. He stripped it off, and then he has to cool the pipe down because as he constantly goes in and out of those high temperature furnaces and ovens, the pipe will get spicy to touch. And so we'll cool the pipe down so we can grip that pipe where we need to be balanced. And so now what we're doing, this is gonna be really fun because stretching glass is so cool. So from this log, get it nice and hot, it will turn orange. It only looks orange because it's hot. It's really black when it cools down, and you'll see it cool before we put it away. So you get it nice and hot, and then we're gonna start stretching it out. So when we come out of the reheating chamber onto the table, we're just rotating it so it can help stretch the glass, cool it down, stabilize it. It's a really large mass, and so every rotation helps with elongating it naturally and then also just chilling those sides so he's able to continue to slowly stretch it out. You don't want to stretch it out too fast because it won't be even. We want to get a nice even stretch. We'll quench it so when we pull it, it won't stretch too fast from the bottom. So we're making an elastic band. Well, it's really glass, but we want it to look like elastic. Can we see some of Miss Tariqa's past work so they can see the ball barrettes? So what we're going for is the black portion of this yellow hair ball barrette. Thank you. We'll make a little gap there, a little bridge, which will allow us to be able to create a little spacer. So that little bit of clear glass will function as a spacer for later on in the process when we work on this glass cold. We'll do a little cutting to it to manipulate it. So then that way the black hairball barrette will be able to be cut at a different point. And then we're going to actually kind of make the elastic part float where the actual ball portion will be placed. So this will be somewhat of an illusion, a little bit of an illusion-based situation, but it'll look just like the mixed medium sculpture. We're going to create one side of the loop, clean it up, and then we'll take this piece from this initial pipe and change the axis to be able to clean up the opposite side where he was just carving in at. He carved that purposely to create that low point of tension. That low point of tension will then allow us to be able to remove this piece from the pipe. So we're bringing over a connection point, a transfer rod. We'll attach that glass at the end of the hairball barrette elastic. Let it cool down a little bit, set itself up. We want to make sure that that glass of the connection is cool before we take it off of the initial blowpipe. We'll go in, make sure that the end of the initial blowpipe is nice and hot. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line in a minute. Tap the pipe and take it off. As you can see, when the glass gets really hot, it starts to turn orange. I love it when the glass gets orange and then it cools back down to its natural color, just because it's how we read what something needs or where to pay attention to it more in places. It's all the invisible barriers that we're up against that you don't know. And that's how we read where we're at and what we need to do in order to communicate with the material. When it's orange, it's workable. When it's dark, it's stiff. When it's its true color, it's stiff. So in order to manipulate it, you want to get it nice and orange. For those of you who are just joining us, our visiting artist is Miss Tariqa. Today's Sunday, and it's the last day of her 5-day residency here, using our team to bring her visions to life through glass. And so this is a windshield that she has created with bubbles, and it depicts movement. That's what the idea of the bubbles are. It'll be a windshield below for her rocket ship that's large enough for a little kid to sit in. And so she wanted to achieve the idea of a bubble wand and bubbles that come out of a bubble. So, bubbles that come out of that wand. And so that's why it has that really pretty iridescence at the surface. This is actually a hairball barrette elastic string that goes in between the orbs they've created that are hairball barrettes. And typically you'll see these in little girls who are getting ready for a good day, and it adorns their hair to keep it in place instead of regular hair ties. So in the case that the piece removed itself naturally, we're going to probably box it up. They have to always pivot quickly in this environment. And that you got to stay on your toes with glass. The connection just maybe got a little cold, so, it removed itself. Courtney might be able to salvage it. Courtney's coming back with the connection. This is how important the connection is. You need to be always properly connected to the piece. And in the event that it just decides to remove itself, so be it. It does whatever it wants, but that we're up against, like I said, we use the fire to read. We're up against reading invisible barriers. But a good team can pivot. A good team can put it back on the pipe, but all of us working together is what is important about the process, and paying attention to the small things that happen, like laying it down to shape it, and then it comes off the pipe. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we must go in and out of the reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it's kept at around 2,300 degrees. That is the chamber we're working in and out of. The reason why the pipe came off was because we go into that part of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. It didn't have enough heat inside of it right there. So maybe it was heavy, maybe it was kind of cold also. So it's a little stressed out. So that's why it disconnected itself, is because we probably weren't giving it enough heats properly. So Carly has this torch here to be able to keep it nice and hot in that area. We won't see that happen again. But this is what we're doing. This is why we're going in and out of the reheating chamber. It must be properly heated the entire time. Thank you. Yeah, great question. So why are we under a 90-foot cone? So the cone is an homage to old Tacoma. There were wigwam burners down on the waterway, and they were smaller. So when when Chihuly and the architect, or Chihuly and the University of Puget Sound, put in the plan to the city of Tacoma to revitalize the waterway, they were sure to pay homage to what was before them. So that's why it's this huge 90-foot cone. It's in reference to the wigwam burners. If we have the image of the wigwam burners, can we see them whenever you get a sec to pop them up? So up on the big screen there are the wigwam burners that would burn off all the debris that came down the waterway. So now Trenton's suiting up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe. The gloves he put on are made of Kevlar, which is the same material as a bulletproof vest. And although he'll have protection over his skin, he won't be directly burnt with contact of the high heat, but he can still feel all the thermal energy permeating throughout that glove. So when we blast it in a certain way, you'll see that the surface kind of has a mirror film, kind of like the orbs here on the ground. So they all have this really cool iridescent, futuristic space-like. Oh, a little bit of water on the back of that punty rod. I mean the punty. Tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. It needs to rest in the annealing oven so it doesn't have any sort of cracking. Let's give Trent a big round of applause also. So there in the annealing oven, it'll catch it at a certain temperature and it'll bring the inner and the outer layers down all together. If the inner layers and the outer layers do not cool rapidly together, they could crack in the natural environment. So that oven rests at a certain temperature. When it comes down to that temperature, it brings it all the way down. We crack it. Still even a little bit too hot to touch then. So we open the doors and let it come back down to room temp. So it'll be cut, the elastic will be cut in the cold working phase. Everything we do hot has to be kind of finished or altered cold. So we have the ability to make it look like it's going through the orb, but it probably really won't be. So as they take a little water break, we'll give them a second, and then we'll get started all over again in a moment here. Oh, we're already getting started. As you can see, we dipped into the furnace to gather the glass from the furnace. Courtney there is shaping the glass at the end of his rod. We're gonna make another very long black elastic hairball barrette elastic band that rests in the middle. If you guys have questions, my name is Emily. Feel free to raise your hand and ask. So we'll go on with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood and it's soaked in water, which protects the surface of the glass. We are going to roll it in this really pretty, sparkly, almost like space dust glass on the table here. It's known as dichro. And so he'll rotate it there and it'll give us like all this glitter on the surface. Can we see Miss Waters' past works? So the pink hairball barrettes are what we're trying to achieve, that elastic band. And they're just hairballs that go into little girls' hair whenever it's a good Sunday or whenever you're going to do something fancy. You got to get your hair combed. You got to put your hairballs in and, be cute. Keep still for a second. But the items on the floor here are for the rocket ship. And so we're working on helping her here in the hot shop advance her glass portfolio, which then will complement her rocket. Her rocket will be on display at Seattle Art Museum May 7th, and the show opens. It is called, the title of the exhibit is Venus is Missing. And so you will also see the glass hairball barrettes with the glass elastic. It'll be on display in the show at Seattle Art Museum too, she said. And then she said any of the access orbs will also be visually displayed in a way for it to be complementary to the show. So as you can see here, Tariqa Waters is here with us the 12th through the 16th. So you guys are here on the final day of her. Can we go back to that slide? Can we go back to the artist slide? So you guys are here on the last day of her residency. One of Seattle's magazine's most influential artists, Tariqa Waters, innovative practice, masterfully commands space through her use of mixed medium tableaus, paintings, photographs, film, glass, and whimsical immersive installations. Her technicolor characterization of multi-generational commercial references reclaims a sincere aesthetic steeped in effortless regality and proudly celebrated traditions. And so martyrsauce.com/Tariqa Waters to learn more about her, to follow her work. And then on Instagram, you can also dive more into her work and her portfolio of cool things that she makes there. So at Martyr Sauce on Instagram. Can we see the the video that she has produced also for the visitors that just joined us to learn a little bit more about the film aspect of her creativity? The furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And so what we're doing is we just want a thin veil of the glass around the surface of the black. So he's stripping it on the table. And that's just one way to have more of a controlled strip of glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace, it runs off of forced air and natural gas. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. It rests. And then after we come out of the furnace, as you can see, it looks orange, but it's just clear. That's very hot. And then we'll go in and out of the reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are there to help settle those layers, that top layer of glass into the surface of that initial black glass that we had colored and then gathered over. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole there is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. Oh, we're rotating it in the diacryl. The diacryl is like glitter, almost sprinkles. And so it'll give us that really cool gold pattern in the surface of the glass when we stretch it out. It'll help space out. It'll help them space out. So when it's all done and it'll be final display, you'll be able to see it here on the floor too. But it'll have this really cool iridescent matching texture on the surface of the glass. Thank you. So as we melted all the really cool glitter sparkles of diacrylic into the surface there, we'll marver it at the table, which will help us elongate the shape before we stretch it all the way out. We're making a piece of elastic for the bobberettes that are created by Miss Waters here, our visiting artist. It's the 5th day of her residency, so you get to see everything that we've been working on all week. So this is the idea that we're trying to achieve, which is the elastic portion that usually rests in between and holds the bobberettes together. Usually it's in the middle of here with the gold clasp on the center. But we had to take it out so we could use it as an example. Can we please see some of Miss Waters' past work so we can see a visual of a final form? We quench the bottom in the water to be able to have kind of a connection to pull the glass, but also to slow it down from stretching too fast at the end. So now we're gonna cinch it in the middle, and then we'll clean up this side, finish it on the right side, and then we'll be able to work on the left side in a moment after we cinch it and then clean up the right side. So we'll go in with different materials such as corks and wooden sticks. So now we're gonna carve in towards the pipe there. We'll carve in it like a nice little jack line. That'll create a low point, also a reference point. We'll put a little water on that jack line. And we're gonna take this piece off of the initial pipe and put it onto an additional pipe to work on the opposite side. Can we please see some of Miss Waters' past works? So now we're adding a connection rod. The connection rod will allow us to be able to remove the elastic band from the initial blowpipe that we started on to another pipe. And this will allow us to clean up the opposite side. Kind of looks like an infinity sign. So to clean up the other side of the black elastic band. So what he's doing is cooling down that connection point a little bit. We're gonna put some water on the back of the glass near the end of the pipe. Tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release it due to the thermal shock in the environment. A little bit of water. You can't really see it on the big screen because Carly's torching. A little water, and then we're gonna tap the pipe. Watch this, so satisfying. See, straight like that. So after we've shaped it to the desired design, Trenton will get under it to catch it off this pipe, and then we're gonna box it up. We'll secure the heat at the end of the pipe there, make it nice and hot. So when we place water in that environment, it'll set in and cause a lot of shock. That'll, ensure that we crack it off the pipe properly. So we'll get under it. Put a little heat, make it nice and warm. We might have to heat it one more time. We'll go in with a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there. If you're just walking in, pay attention to what's going on. Put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe. We're going to tap the pipe and pop the elastic band off of the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven it'll go, where it will rest until it cools back down to room temperature tomorrow. Let's give Trent a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. And we're going to do it all again. Our visiting artist for the week has been Miss Tariqa Waters here with us, a Seattle-based artist that is bringing all of her visions together through glass this week here at the Museum of Glass. You'll be able to see the final works of the spaceship, the rocket ship, and then the glass here on the ground May 7th at Seattle Art Museum. It'll all be on final display, so be sure to check out the show. Her solo show titled Venus is Missing, which will be coming to Seattle Art Museum May 7th. We're going to make one more black elastic band for the hair ball barrettes. Can we see some of Miss Waters' past works?
They're just the pads that we're using and the sticks just leave a little bit of ash on there. We're just trying to wipe it off before it gets kind of clipped in there.
Okay, so it gets rid of the ash.
It's just getting rid of some of the
kinda
ash and
brushing
stuff
it
on
off
there, yeah.
The surface.
Yep. Yeah, just regular old
Just watching what you guys are doing, and I see you guys do that real quick.
Yeah, there's when we touch it with the corks or with the wood sometimes, especially with those like dowels, that just leaves a little bit of residue on there. We're just trying to get it off. Yeah, just trying to keep it clean.
Cool. I love to watch you guys in there bending it around,
Yeah.
twisting around, bringing it
It's
around.
fun. It's kind of a make or break moment, and getting it to pull out even like that is very satisfying.
Can we see the visual, the video for Miss Waters' work? So Tariqa dabbles in film and photography. She also works in glass, multimedium, and then her show will come May 7th at Seattle Art Museum, her solo show entitled Venus is Missing. And I wanted to show you guys some of her past work exhibits that she formed into a visual. Can we please see the video of, thank you. So we're going to make, can we see some of her past works? We're working on the hairball barrette. We're working on the elastic part that goes in between the two glass orbs that function as the hairball. So we're working on this part right now. We're doing it in black, stretching it out, and then making it sit organically like this one would. As we go through her slides, you can follow her online, Instagram at Martyr Sauce, and then as you look up there, let's freeze that slide for a second if we can. Martyr Sauce, and then martyrsauce.com/Tariqa Waters to learn more about her and her work. So we're stripping the glass from the surface just so we have a thin veil, just a real thin veil of clear, and then we're gonna start to stretch it out. As we stretch it out, we're then going to pull it out, and then we're gonna loop it back into itself. So as we rotate this hot, solid mass of glass on the table, we dipped it into some really pretty dichro glass, which gives you some like space dust, galaxy vibes on the surface of the black. And then we're gonna stretch it out. It's gonna get really cool, really fun. Yeah, it's been a really wild week of making orbs with really pretty film on the top to create this bubble. And then I'm really looking forward to May 7th to see the show. You'll see the bubbles that will be adorned onto the rocket ship. You'll see it all come together at Seattle Art Museum during her solo show, Venus is Missing. It starts May 7th through, I think, January of 2026. We'll go in and create a little cook at the end there, that orb. We're gonna dip this orb into water. It'll quench it and it'll cool it down rapidly so the glass doesn't continue to melt when we pull it. Because you don't want it to be, you want it to be heated evenly. So it stretches evenly so we have a nice consistency for our elastic that it's going to become. So now that it's connected, we're just gonna continue to clean middle, bow it together a little bit more, cinch it together a bit more, and then work on the opposite side. We have to put a little bit of clear glass in the middle so that it'll be cut off at a different point in time, but it's just for structural purposes initially. Sometimes glass breaks, and in that instance, you'll be able to see it. We may be able to manipulate it. We may not be able to manipulate it, but let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work, regardless.
Well, what else can we make out of it? You can cut it apart and make it smaller.
So we will be able to redeem this by getting it nice and hot and stretching it, and then we'll meet it in the middle again, and then cinch the middle up a bit. I think even when things go in a direction that we don't expect, it's nice to see how you can work through the process and still redeem yourself. It has a forgivable quality that allows you to be able to continue your experiment, continue playing with the materials to create something beautiful. So our reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees, and what they do is just keep the glass nice and malleable. And then the furnace, where all the glass is held inside of a crucible, It rests at 2100 degrees. Would you like to see the diagram? Can I see the diagram of the reheating chamber? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll see it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's just the reheating chamber. Can we see the furnace diagram? Dipping into our furnaces is where all the glass is held. And if you look at the big screen there, you'll see it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at the resting temperature of 2,100 degrees. It's the ovens with the silver tanks and then the doors on them because we don't want anything to get into the glass. We turned the glass black by adding powder to the surface to add pigment, to add color. Then we rotated it in this really pretty diacryl, which gives it that space dust effect. So it got a little bit shorter, which is still great. I think all the sizes that vary will be a great final display of these hairball barrettes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. We have about 1 more minute until we close to the public for the day. So enjoy your last 60 seconds. And you can also Skype in. You can also get onto our live stream, which is live Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So if you can't make it back here physically, you can watch what's happening on the live stream. And there's some crazy stuff going on in here sometimes. You never know when it's going to happen. So live stream in and hang out with us from wherever you are. Take a break from work. Pop onto the hot shop live stream and enjoy your day. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hopefully you have a great dinner, a great evening. And you know where to find us. We're always here. Wednesday through Sunday, 10 to 5. Get under it, we'll tap the pipe, and it'll release it from the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. Into the oven it'll go until it cools down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. I hope you guys have a wonderful Sunday. We're all done for the day. Take care. Bye-bye.